And I take it the technicians will be working on the problem. Okay.
As you please. Chairperson, may I deal with a set of housekeeping matters in regard to the exhibit relating to the evidence that's going to be led? They all start with SS. We have taken the liberty of dividing the exhibits into a number of categories, and if I could just go through that with you, Mr. Chairperson. The first category is SS1, and this deals with legislation that some of the witnesses intend referring to.
Hang on 1 second, Mr. Soni. Why do we have this here? Why is this here? Yes.
The most important piece of legislation for this session, Mr. Chairman, is the legal succession to the South African Transport Services Act, which is the first document in SS1. The second document in SS1 is the charter of the PRASA board, and the third set of documents are the relevant provisions of the PFMA to which some of the witnesses refer. We thought we would just collate them so that you would have them ready when witnesses refer to them.
I see the liver arch file marked on the spine, exhibit SS1, that's legislation, exhibit SS2, that's judgments, exhibit SS3, pleadings. Is that the file you're talking about?
That is the file, yes.
Yes, okay.
So the SS1 effectively contains 3 sets of documents, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes.
And then, Mr. Chairperson, and I will explain the need for this, there are a number of judgments that take on an added significance for this session of our sittings. And we have taken the liberty of including 4 of those judgments because reference will be made to them during the course of the testimony, especially of the third witness who's going to be before you. The judgments are, Mr. Chairperson, the judgment of the Gauteng Local Division in the matter of PRASA versus Reform.
1 second, Mr. Soni. I picked up yesterday that it seems that with regard to some of the liver arch files, there seemed to be no index to the contents of the liver arch file. And I'm trying to look at the one I have now, just to check whether it has an index and whether the index is one that I can follow. I see that there is an index, but it doesn't tell me what pages I get the legislation bundle and the judgments and pleadings and blah, blah, blah. But I see that later on, 2 pages later, there is what is referred to index exhibit SS1, and it says Annexure PM1 from the affidavit of PS Molefe.
Yes.
Page 1 to 40, and then number 2, then Act number 38 of 2008, pages 41 to 45. Now, I think it doesn't look like there is an index for the entire file, or does it exist somewhere? It's just that it's not here. It's much better if I can look at an index at the beginning,
yes,
and it tells me where to find what document. Then I can go straight there,
yes,
rather than looking at small indexes for small components of the file.
Yes.
But if you have got small indices for various components of the file, it should be easy to produce an overall index, because it's a question of just putting that together.
Consolidating all the indices, yes.
Yes, but that's much better
Yes.
than if you refer me to anything, or if I want to look at any document, I go to the controlling index and
absolutely.
it tells me where exactly to find the
Mr.
relevant
Chairman, would you
document.
give us an opportunity to attend to that in
Yeah.
the next break or two?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, if that can be dealt with in the course of the morning,
Yes.
it should be available in due course. Okay, all right.
That's-
At least for the files that we need today.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so you can continue.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, the judgments and the relevance of the judgments will come out.
Oh, I'm sorry, you know what? Oh, well, you might have to, I see the next exhibit index, SS2, that it starts from page 1 as well, so it might not be as easy as we thought it would be, because it looks like for each item, the index starts from 1 again, but
Yes.
it shouldn't take long.
It should.
Yeah. Okay.
And, Mr. Chairperson, I should also say that when you look at the index to SS2, you will see a reference to PM 5, 6, 9, and 15. What we decided is to remove them from Mr. Molefe's affidavit and put them in a general bundle so that all the witnesses could refer to the same bundle, and there is no need then to have Mr. Molefe's affidavit present all the time. I will, Mr. Chairperson, perhaps I should take this opportunity to say the importance of especially the first two judgments is that scathing remarks are made about the procurement processes at PRASA and the fact that...
I'm sorry, Mr. Soni, I think you had begun to tell us what the evidence starting today into next week will cover when I intervened. I think initially, and think after that, you continued on the basis that maybe you had said what you wanted to say, but I missed it because something else was in my mind. You might wish to just capture again what the evidence will cover during this period, starting today up to, is it Thursday next week?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, the evidence relating to the capture of PRASA or state capture at PRASA, however one wants to describe the situation that exists there, will be led in two stages. What that evidence will show, in essence, Mr. Chairman, is the following. First, two individuals were the principal beneficiaries through entities in which they had an interest of lucrative contracts that PRASA concluded with different contractors. One of those persons who benefited, Mr. Chairman, is directly or indirectly from these contracts is Mr. Chokalingam, popularly known as Roy Moodley. Between July 2000, and I'm just sketching all the evidence that will be laid, Mr. Chairman. Between July 2007 and June 2009, an entity directly linked to Mr. Moodley, Royal Security Propriety Limited, paid some 64,000 Rand a month to Mr. Jacob Zuma until just about the time Mr. Zuma became president of the country in May 2009. The total amount that was paid by Royal Security to Mr. Zuma in monthly installments is more than 1.5 million Rand, the exact amount being 1,560,486,32 cents. Then from 2010, Royal Security began receiving contracts from PRASA and has so far been paid more than 471 million Rand by PRASA. Now, the importance of stressing 2010, Mr. Chairman, is related to the previous point I made, and that is that...
just 1 second. There seems to be some interference with the door behind me. Somebody will need to attend to that and make sure there's no interference. Yes.
The point I was making, Mr. Chairman, is you have the payments starting in 2007, ending in 2009. 2010, the Royal Security starts receiving contracts, and up to now, 471 million Rand has been paid to Royal Security. Then, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moodley and Mr. Zuma reportedly have been to a number of social functions together. This has been in the media throughout. It appears on TV at the Durban July, where Mr. Moodley appears to have hosted Mr. Zuma. And there are anecdotal incidents to report, one of them where Mr. Zuma allegedly won 15,000 Rand at a Durban July, where he was hosted by Mr. Moodley. Then, Mr. Chairman, perhaps the one that is of significance for the Commission is an entity called Siangena Technologies Proprietary Limited, which has received payments from PRASA exceeding 4 billion Rand, Mr. Chairman, reportedly paid more than 500 million Rand to entities in which Mr. Moodley has an interest.
Is that now separate from the 400 and something million Rand that Mr. Moodley's entities obtained by way of tenders from PRASA?
And the 471, Mr. Chairperson, is purely Royal Security. This is the company which paid. And so this is to a separate company. Companies, one of them being Hailway Trading.
Yes.
But those details will be in the next session where we'll present it all in tabular form.
Yes, okay.
Mr. Lucky Montana, of whom you will hear quite a bit, Mr. Chairman, was PRASA's CEO at all relevant times, relevant to the conclusion of and implementation of the contracts. And I stress that, Mr. Chairperson, because the evidence will show it was not only the conclusion, but thereafter the indulgences granted, extensions granted in respect of those contracts. And he played a central role in the award of that contract to Siangena. The validity of the contracts that I've been referring to, Mr. Chairman, in regard to Siangena, has been challenged in the courts. Not, I must stress, not the Royal Security contract, but the Siangena contract, and there is a contract that was entered into by Prodigy with PRASA, and in respect of Mr. Mudley's role in regard to that contract, our first two witnesses will testify how he tried to force PRASA or employees of PRASA to agree to pay the amount owing to Prodigy, and made certain remarks about the power he held. But that will be the evidence that the witnesses will give. Then the other individual, Mr. Chairman, who has benefited directly or indirectly from PRASA contracts is Mr. Mackenzie Mabunda, a person who worked with Mr. Montana when he was previously at the Department of Public Enterprises. Mr. Mabunda's CIA or S entities have been paid more than 1 billion rand by PRASA for purportedly for providing certain consultancy services. He also, this is Mr. Mabunda, Mr. Chairperson, received an amount of more than 80 million rand in respect of a locomotive contract that PRASA concluded with a third party. And apparently the payment was, and we're going to get the evidence from the master, was for facilitating that contract. So that, Mr. Chairman, is in substance what the nature of the evidence we lead to show that PRASA was in fact captured, and who the capturers were, and who the enforcers of the contract, of the capture were. Now, at the time, the contracts from which Mr. Mudley and Mr. Mabunda benefited were awarded, whilst Mr. Montana was the CEO, another important figure in this mix is Mr. Sifiso Buthelezi, who was the chair of the board. And the importance of that position, Mr. Chairman, will come in when Mr. Molefe gives his evidence. He is the chairperson of PRASA's board between August 2014 to July 2017. And that is an important part of how, while he will describe, Mr. Chairperson, what he found in regard to these matters, and what he did and was prevented from doing. And then, Mr. Chairperson, in July 2017, in regard to the 3.5 billion rand contract that I've referred to, that's the locomotive contract, Justice Francis in the Gauteng Local Division set aside that contract on the basis that it was tainted by corruption and fronting. And in a scathing judgment, which we will be referring to, he made some very adverse comments about Mr. Montana and a person called Mr. Daniel Mtunkulu, whom you will hear about as well. That decision was taken on appeal to the SCA. Justice Lewis, in the judgment of the SCA, was equally scathing about the role of Mr. Montana and Mr. Mtunkulu, how especially Mr. Mtunkulu engineered the processes, despite the fact that he had no engineering qualifications, and that becomes important, Mr. Chairman, how he engineered the processes to ensure that there was only one outcome in regard to that tender. The Siangena contracts, Mr. Chairperson, as I've said, are valued at about 4 billion rand. They are also the subject of a review before the accounting.
So there is Siaya and Siangena,
Yes.
is that right?
Yes. Siaya is Mr. Mabunda.
Yes.
Siangena linked to Mr. Mudley.
Yeah, okay.
And then the Swifambo is a third party, but Mr. Mabunda is a beneficiary of that. And we needn't deal too much with that, except what the courts have said about how PROSA manipulated processes in regard to that contract. And when one reads the review papers in the Siangena matter, Mr. Chairperson, one sees a similar pattern. But we will come to those details. And with regard to the CIA matters, Mr. Chairman, and they take on a slightly different significance. They are the subject, notwithstanding that about 1 billion rand has been paid, they are the subject of arbitration proceedings, and those the amounts claimed are in the region of about just a little more than 60 million rand. And you will see how a former chairperson of PRASA's board attempted to secure payment for CIA, and then the courts had to intervene in that process. So that, Mr. Chairperson, is the evidence that will be led, which, based on documents in our possession, in effect can't be disputed. Now, at the outset, Mr. Chairman, I pointed out that we will be leading evidence in 2 stages. In the stage with which we are busy now for the next 8 days, the evidence that we will be leading, it will be the following. The evidence will focus on the interactions between key individuals at PROSA, in particular the role of Mr. Montana in facilitating PROSA's capture, especially by Mr. Mudley and Mr. Mabunda, and by certain other persons who used entities to gain lucrative contracts. And, Mr. Chairman, just so that it is not said that, well, how do you blame Mr. Montana? He was the CEO. The evidence will show his hand in each of these. Some of it is in handwriting. In fact, the first witness will show in respect of the Prodigy contract, Mr. Montana's clear hand in the matter. And that evidence will be led, that is the evidence that will be led over the next 8 days. May I now, Mr. Chairman, just so that you have an idea of what you can expect over the next 8 days, just summarize very briefly the witnesses and what the evidence is. Chairman, as I understand it, I'm not required to identify the witnesses at this stage, but if you want me to, I will.
Well, you can, it depends. You know if there are certain issues of safety and security that make it not appropriate to mention their names until they arrive here. So you would know best.
Yes, there are no safety issues, Mr. Chairman, so I will name them.
Okay.
The first witness is going to be Mr. Tiro Holele, and the next witness is Mr. Jacob Rakwete. The thrust of their evidence deals with a meeting they had with Mr. Mudley in about February 2017, where Mr. Moodley wanted payment to be made for an entity in which he had an interest. And in respect of that, he said to the two employees, I don't know why you are defending this matter, but I want to say to you that I am one of the 15 top decision makers in this country. Those were his words. And there are going to be major changes coming, and you better be on the right side of the changes. Now, fortunately, Mr. Chairperson, nothing came off that. I'm going to say fortunately from Price's point of view, the money was not paid, but that evidence is relevant for a number of issues. And the first one is, Mr. Molefe will testify, he'll be the third witness, that when he became the chairperson of the board in July 2014, he heard of Mr. Moodley and saw Mr. Moodley there, and he says, when you walked around, people would say, that's the owner of Prasa, pointing to Mr. Moodley. And he would be in and out of the offices of different managers walking around with them. In fact, Mr. Molefe keeps saying this on every occasion when I've consulted with him. You would think he was one of the top managers at Prasa. So I'm just trying to show the influence that Mr. Moodley had. So that's the purpose of leading these two witnesses on that very narrow point. The next witness, and perhaps the principal witness in regard to state capture, is Mr. Molefe. And Mr. Molefe's role, Mr. Chairman, when one looks at it objectively, is quite important because it comes in after...
I think your voice is going down.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
It comes in after this period when Mr. Montana and Mr. Sifiso Buthelezi were in effect in control of Prasa, and especially in the procurement processes. And he will deal with that and the concerns he had and what he did to reverse some of the decisions that were taken. But what his role is that from 2014 to 2017, he and his board tried to steer the process ship in a different direction. More importantly, Mr. Chairman, he tells you how, or he will tell you how, state capture at Prasa, and we don't need to go in general, appeared to operate. He will tell you how Mr. Moodley, on several occasions, tried to capture him, as he puts it. He will also tell you that he then had a fallout with Mr. Montana because Mr. Montana would not rectify the manner in which he operated and which the courts were later critical of, and the public protector, as Mr. Molefe will say. Now, when one goes past that, the next thing happens. Mr. Montana hands in his resignation. Against this backdrop that I've described, the board accepts the resignation, and then President Zuma calls a meeting between the then minister, Mr. Pio Peters, Mr. Molefe, Mr. Montana, and the minister in the presidency, at which he seeks to get Mr. Molefe to persuade his board to reinstate Mr. Montana. Mr. Molefe will say he was surprised that the head of state would want to interfere in this. But when he looks at it as a whole, he understands what the big picture was.
This is a situation where that attempt was made in regard to Mr. Montana, who had resigned. He had not been dismissed.
No.
He had resigned, and the board had accepted his resignation.
That is so. So you're quite right, and it is important to emphasize that. It isn't as if the board was taking drastic action. This was a mutual separation.
Well, you probably are not being accurate when you say it was a mutual separation. As I understand it, if it was a resignation,
yes,
Mr. Montana made the decision unilaterally
yes.
that he was leaving PRASA.
No, sure. Yes.
The board just accepted his decision. It's unlike a situation where there is a problem and the parties reach an agreement that let's part ways. He made his own decision to leave PRASA, and the board accepted that.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairperson, and that distinction too is important. Mr. Molefe will also say, Mr. Chairman, that one of the things that concerned him, and he will reflect on it when he's giving evidence, and I'm sure there would be exchanges between you and Mr. Molefe. Hopefully, I will try and resolve most of them first. That given the bad publicity surrounding PRASA for a number of years, even before the time Mr. Montana decided to resign. And I say that, Mr. Chairperson, because the public protector too has investigated PRASA from a set of complaints starting in 2000, which she received in 2012, and she finalized the report in 2015, and it is scathing, and we will reflect on that report. But what Mr. Molefe will say is this: given the fact that our Constitution demands accountability from everybody, he is surprised that Mr. Montana was allowed to remain at the helm of PRASA over such a prolonged period. And at the end of the day, one needs to look for a better reason than his just being tolerated. You will also say, Mr. Chairperson, that when he and his board started putting things right, for example, in regard to the Swifambo contract, which Mr. Molefe took to court and had reviewed and set aside. And he also took the Siangena matter to court, but it eventually had to come back to court because of certain matters which needn't detain us now. But when they did investigations as prescribed by the public protector, and, for example, laid charges, the Hawks did nothing about it. He had to take the Hawks to court. And that matter that's 2017, it hasn't been resolved to now. He appealed to Parliament. Parliament, too, did nothing. In fact, they were hostile to Mr. Molefe and his board whenever they appeared there. Of course, I need to add this just to give some balance. They stuck on one fact, that the forensic investigations that Mr. Molefe's board had, the forensic investigators that Mr. Molefe's board had engaged, having been told to do so by the public protector, that had turned out to be costly. And I'll put the figure on the table. The figure that is available at the moment is about 300 million rand. And that's been in the public space as well. But we will deal with the separation of the relevant issues as to whether it was necessary to investigate. And if so, then put a limit on the amount of investigations, but not to stop the investigations. And he is of the view that there was not a bona fide reason to act towards his board in the way it was done. And finally conclude, Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Molefe, that since Mr. Montana left as the CEO, that's in July 2015, we are now in March 2020, nearly 5 years later, PRASA has not yet had a fully appointed CEO. It's only had acting CEOs. And that too, another witness will tell you, Mr. Chairperson, has been eliminated and replaced by an administrator. Secondly, Mr. Molefe will also say that from the time his board was effectively dissolved because their term was not extended, PRASA has not had a permanent board. It's only had interim boards. Again, until December, and that board was in fact formally dissolved by the present minister. And he finds this disturbing in view of a number of matters, including a matter that came up a few weeks ago, where the Siangena matter was before the High Court, and PRASA was not represented until the very last minute and would have incurred expenses of about 6 billion rand had the matter gone undefended, as it were. And it was only at the last minute that the matter was, in fact, postponed. But, of course, the process had to pay the costs. Effectively, Chairperson, that means you, I, and everybody here have to share that cost. Then, Mr. Chairperson, we have two important witnesses, but their evidence is going to be condensed quite considerably.
1 second, Mr. Sonny. Can I just check that everybody is able to hear me and to hear Mr. Sonny well? I see some of the people shake their heads, others agree. I think those who are far can't hear. Does that include me or only Mr. Sonny? Even me? You can hear me? Okay, but you can't hear Mr. Sonny?
I'll speak a little louder.
Yeah, try and speak loud so that they can,
yes,
everybody can hear. Okay, thank you.
We have, Mr. Chairperson, the head of PRASA's legal section and the general manager in that section, who will complain that when they try to intervene in contracts in which Mr. Montana appeared to have an interest, for example, in the Prodigy contract, steps were taken against them. In fact, both of them were dismissed. I will give details of that. We don't need extensive details. But it goes on to show, Mr. Chairperson, that that is the manner in which Mr. Montana ran PRASA. They came back only through the intervention of Mr. Molefe. They came back. But the culture that Mr. Montana started at PRASA has now returned after the short intermission, as it were, during which Mr. Molefe and his board tried to put PRASA on a better wicket. They will also say, Mr. Chairperson, that when decisions are taken about legal matters, they are excluded. They believe deliberately so that no dissenting voice can be heard about those decisions. Now, there is one aspect of the evidence which is quite disturbing, Mr. Chairperson, and it is this, that I've told you that the Swifambo contract has been set aside. The Siaya matters and the Siangena matters are the subject of litigation, whether review proceedings or arbitration proceedings. But very recently, the Department of Transport had a meeting with representatives of Siaya and Siangena, where they were saying, but why are we defending these matters? We must save legal costs. But they will give that evidence. And the disturbing thing, Mr. Chairperson, is, and I say this because it is at the heart of state capture, we know that the rule of law and the principle of legality are central values in our Constitution. When there is a legal dispute in terms of Section 34 of the Constitution, anybody who has an interest in the matter must take it or ought to take it to court. And that's what PRASA has done in these matters. What they are trying to do is bypass all those constitutional mechanisms and say, well, we can settle these matters. Instead of, and these, as I say, Mr. Chairman, are not small sums of money. The arbitrations are 60 million, and the Siangena matters totally, if the same remedy is issued as was issued in the Swifambo matter, then the 4 billion rand that has been paid might well have to be returned, or parts of it. But one doesn't know what the purpose is of these mechanisms to bypass the legal process. And, Mr. Chairperson, we submit that their evidence is quite crucial for that. They also say, Mr. Chairperson, in another disturbing matter, and Ms. Ngoi, who is the head, she filed 2 affidavits. In an earlier affidavit she filed, she says that a move has been made by people outside the department, outside legal at PRASA, to enter into a contract between PRASA and the DBSA for 1 billion rand, and DBSA's role effectively will be to run PRASA's infrastructure program. So effectively, it will then distribute these lucrative contracts. And the question really that we would need to tease out is it a mechanism to ensure that those in PRASA who scrutinize these matters are kept out of that space, that crucial space which protects the public interest? Then, Mr. Chairperson, we have the evidence of Ms. Kwayama, who is the last chairperson of a board at PRASA. That board was dissolved in December 2019. And what she will say is that the reason her board was dissolved is that the minister wanted a particular individual, namely Mr. Mpondo, to be appointed the CEO, and the board wanted a proper process before a decision was taken. And what effectively happened is the minister became impatient.
Is that the Minister of Transport?
The Minister of
at the
Transport,
moment?
Mr.
Mbalula, okay.
And sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Sorry, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes, well, you were talking about the dismissal or disbandment or dissolution of the board that was chaired by Ms. Kwayama, and you were saying that she's going to give evidence to the effect that the reason why her board was dissolved, and you are going to proceed from there.
that he became impatient, and as is the wont of people who exercise public power especially, his attitude was, why should I wait for you? I'm just dissolving the board. But the dilemma he then faced, Mr. Chairperson, is he doesn't have a CEO because the board wouldn't participate. And I just need to say, I will refer you to the relevant provision of the board charter, which says that the minister appoints the CEO on the recommendation of the board. So if there's no recommendation, no appointment can be made. So what the minister does, what Mr. Mbalula does, is the following. He dissolves the board. He doesn't appoint Mr. Mpondo as the CEO. Rather, he appoints him as the administrator. Now, Mr. Chairperson, we've included the relevant statutory provisions relating to PRASA, and no provision is made for an administrator. But I just put one difficult... sorry.
Yeah, so Ms. Koyama will say the minister wanted the board to appoint Mr. Mpondo as CEO, and the board didn't seem to be keen, to say the least.
Yes.
And the minister was the right person to appoint the CEO, but in terms of the relevant statute, he could only appoint the CEO if there was a recommendation from the board. And according to Ms. Koyama, when the minister realized that the board didn't seem to be keen on appointing Mr. Mpondo, he dissolved the board and then appointed Mr. Mpondo as administrator of PRASA. But you say that in law there is no provision for the appointment of an administrator in regard to PRASA, and you're saying that the function of an administrator would include the functions of a CEO, maybe go much beyond that, I don't know, but it would include the functions of a CEO. Is that what you're saying?
And if I could add the following, Mr. Chairperson, in terms of the PFMA, every public entity, if it has a board, that is the accounting authority. Now, the statutory provision provides for the minister to appoint a board. If there is no board, there is no accounting authority. So, effectively, Mr. Mpondo wears two hats. He's the CEO on the one hand, because he's in charge of the day-to-day operations, but because there is no board, he is effectively the accounting authority.
Well, but if you are correct that as a matter of law, there is no power given to the minister to appoint an administrator at PRASA, then the administrator has no power to do anything and has no power to make any decisions at PRASA, and all the decisions that he purports to make are not lawful.
Yes, indeed.
That is, if your submission that there is no law giving the minister such power, that would be the effect of that. Then there is somebody who purports to exercise power that doesn't exist in law. Yes.
Now, if I could go back to the two legal advisors, they gave such an opinion to the administrator, and in retaliation, he suspended one of them.
So that would be is that Mr. Ngoi?
No, he suspended Mr. Dingiswayo.
Mr. Dingiswayo.
Who is on suspension at the moment.
Yes, for following upon that advice that he gave.
He doesn't say that
It's following
because of this, but what he says is, you are undermining my position.
by raising that point,
That's right.
that he doesn't have any legal power to exercise, there's no legal authority to exercise any power as an administrator. Okay.
So if this had happened prior to the promulgation of this commission, Mr. Chairperson, one could understand. But when it happens while this provision, this commission is sitting, it is a very worrying commentary on the respect that our authorities have for the rule of law and for constitutional principles. Chairperson, finally, our final witness is going to be Mr. Zaki Ahmed. Now, he is a voice from civil society. He comments quite extensively in his affidavit. But the importance of his evidence, Mr. Chairperson, is this. He is one of the leaders of an NGO called #UniteBehind. They have been involved both with and against PRASA in the courts. For example, in the Siangena matter, they are with PRASA against Siangena. But in other matters, for example, against the Hawks and so on, they are with PRASA against the Hawks for not doing their job. Now, he has researched this, and he makes 2 points, Mr. Chairman, which I submit are very vital. That as a public body, they were entitled to look at our public representatives to fix up matters. So in February 2018, UniteBehind sent a submission to Parliament on state capture at PRASA. Parliament undertook to conduct that inquiry. It has reneged on that, and it has not happened to this day, 2 years later. And again, his point is, if you had done what you are paid to do as parliamentarians, maybe PRASA would not be in this sorry state. And we would not be saying things about PRASA today. But finally, I need to make this point about Mr. Ahmed's evidence. Chairperson, at some level, those of us who are involved in investigations into state capture or in discussions on state capture and so on, we deal with this on the basis, but the state capture is there. What Mr. Ahmed does is, he tells you the direct effect this has on men, women, and children.
I wanted to say I forgot to switch off my cell phone, so may I remind everybody to do so. So it just rang at the wrong time.
I'm sorry.
So, yes, please proceed.
But the value of his evidence is, he's not talking as from a far field. He is saying, I take the train. I look at what happens. We've been fighting this for the last 6 years or so. Nothing has happened. Nothing good has happened. In fact, if anything, the situation is deteriorating. And in that sense, everybody has failed the most vulnerable members of our society. That our democracy, with respect, Mr. Chairman, cannot continue to allow.
Going back to the issue of the administrator, the appointment of the administrator for PRASA, do you know how far the litigation is that one has heard about?
Yes. It is before the courts brought by Unite Behind, who challenge the minister's power to make that appointment. That, Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, is a matter in the Western Cape High Court. I have not inquired, but I know it is still being
exchange of affidavits. Yes. Okay. It would be interesting to know how far it is to getting a date, if possible, whether it's a situation where all affidavits are in and the date might be allocated at any time.
Yes.
It just might be important to know.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chairperson, then that is going to be the totality of the evidence and a summary of the evidence that's going to be led during this session, Mr. Chairperson.
Okay, thank you.
May I then just again allow you to navigate through the rather bulky bundles that have been presented to you, and if I could just orientate you towards those, Mr. Chairperson. SS1 is the legislation, and of course there are two very important provisions there. That's the Legal Succession Act, because that will determine the powers of the minister in regard to the appointment of an administrator and not having a board. And secondly, the board charter, which, as I say, has a specific provision, which I will refer you to at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, that says that the minister appoints the CEO on the recommendation of the board. And then, of course, the relevant provisions of the PFMA, and the one that is important is 49 and 50, that the board is the accounting authority of CASA. And then, of course, I've dealt with the two judgments regarding Swifambo. I then need to take you to the third judgment, Mr. Chairperson. It is a judgment that Mr. Molefe is well qualified to deal with, because it is his taking the minister to court, the minister at that time, Minister Dipuo Peters, because she dissolved the board without good reason, and the High Court set aside that decision and the comments it made about the importance of the board. And then the fourth decision there is PROSA bringing, Mr. Molefe effectively bringing an application against the Hawks to investigate the Swifambo and the Siangena matters. And as I say, nothing has been done. Significance of that, though, Mr. Chairperson, is the Hawks, in their first response to this very serious charge that you are not doing your job, they challenged Mr. Molefe's locus standi to bring the application. And Judge Davis, in a rather scathing judgment, says it is a pity that organs of state would waste state money to deal with peripheral matters rather than getting to the substance of the matter. It is clearly a scathing indictment of the way the Hawks purport to exercise their powers. Then, Mr. Chairperson, as far as the pleadings go, there are two matters that we will refer to at different parts. I'm not going to take you through everything, but I merely make this point, Mr. Chairperson. One of the things we want to say is, yes, we know what the Swifambo court said about irregularities, corruption, and fronting, and so on. But what we want to show with these others, and they include their criticism of Mr. Montana, with these is the role that Mr. Montana played in it. So, and then SS4 Mr. Chairperson, is a general reference bundle because for example, Mr. Ahmad had mentioned certain documents which some of the implicated parties had said they want copies of, and we've included one of those in this reference bundle. And then PRASA's policies and procedures, just in case you want to look at them, Mr. Chairperson. Then, in the affidavit of Mr. Ahmad, he refers to the role of Mr. Arthur Fraser, whom we all know from the SSA, and he says that Mr. Fraser worked through resurgent risk. Well, resurgent risk was his company through which he offered security services to PRASA, notwithstanding that being in the security services of the state, it was his duty to provide that in his capacity, in the capacity he occupied at that time. So that's the resurgent risk report. And then there are disciplinary proceedings against Mr. Zide. The relevance of that will come at a later stage, Mr. Chairman. Then we have a liquidator's report, but we are not going to present it to you, Mr. Chairperson. And I should explain, we had intended it to show the benefits that Mr. Mabunda received. But the liquidator's report refers to a number of other people, and on further consideration, we thought we should present that as at the time we present the money flow matters relating to PRASA, so that we could just articulate and isolate those persons. But if other persons are mentioned, they would be given an opportunity, and we would tell them why we are presenting the report. So those are the documents that are before you, Mr. Chairman, and that's the summary of the evidence that will be led.
I take it that all implicated persons have been served with Rule 33 notices, and the period of 14 days has lapsed. Is that correct? Yes. Okay.
Mr. Chairperson, I have a document here. I just want to make 2 points. There is one person who was not served and a company he is associated with, but that's because he is from Zimbabwe and has moved back to Zimbabwe.
Yes.
So, but everybody else who is implicated has been served.
So you have not been able to find any way of communicating, giving notice to the particular person and his company?
No.
Yes.
And okay. He's not at the center of things.
Yes, okay.
The effort that was put in was on the basis that how relevant is that evidence. Okay.
So you're ready to start?
We are ready to read our first witness.
We are at 8 minutes past 11, and we're due to have the tea break at 15:15. Maybe we should start so that the oath is administered and maybe some preliminary issues, then we take the break, and then he continues after.
Yes.
Okay. Please, well, do you want to tell us the name of the witness you call him?
Yes, Tiro Holele.
And do you want to spell that for the benefit of the transcribers?
Tiroholele.
Yes, okay. Please administer the oath or affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record. Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath? No, I don't. Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience? Yes, I do. Do you swear that the evidence will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." So help me God.
Thank you. Maybe we should take the tea adjournment, or do you think maybe we could use this 5 minutes left
Yes.
for preliminary issues?
There is one issue, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes.
Currently, the witness deals with a meeting relating to Prodigy, and Prodigy's legal representative is here. Mr. Chairperson, I know you asked much earlier if there were representatives. At that time, nobody was here, but he would like to place himself
Yes,
on record.
let him place himself on record. He'll come to that, to the podium there.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, good morning. You are not new in this commission.
Yes.
Yes.
Good morning, Judge. It's Maniklau for the record. Initial
Yes.
is R.
Yes,
Judge, I represent actually two parties in this proceedings.
yes,
First party, my learned friend correctly pointed out, is a service provider by the name of Prodigy. I commonly refer to Prodigy during the proceedings. And Judge, this party is involved in litigation with PROSA. That's currently before the courts. Judge, so I won't take it any further than that, but they
Yes.
do reserve the rights to apply for leave to cross-examine, subject to judge
yes.
discretion in the matter.
Okay, no,
Yes,
that's fine.
that's the first party.
Yes,
Judge, the second party that I represent is the one my learned friend did spend some time on, and that is Mr. Moodley.
yes,
And Judge, with the same, without taking too much of your time, essentially Mr. Moodley denies the allegations that have been made. He said he will make the necessary application in due course for leave to cross-examine these witnesses that makes the allegations, and he will easily dispel the notion that my learned friend set forth in the address, which is obviously arriving from what the witnesses say in their affidavits. But Judge,
Yes.
it would be premature for me to address you on that till we listen to
Yes.
the witnesses' evidence.
yeah, no, that's true.
That's for the record, Judge.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Soni, I think we may just take the tea adjournment. And
As you please.
we'll start
Yes.
when we come back. We are going to take the tea adjournment and we are going to resume at 11:30. We adjourn. If they were under one exhibit, and then you have A, B, C, D, E, because it helps, when we admit it, it helps if what I say is what one will see
Yes.
and on the spine of the
Yes.
file. So I think when my mic is on, yours should be off. I think that's because otherwise there's echo. And when yours is on, mine will be off, and we'll do it like that throughout. I don't know whether that will be the same with the witness, but you will need yours to be on when you are asking the witness, and his will need to be on because he will be answering. In the other venue, two could be on without any problem. I'm hoping that somebody is going to whisper to you just now exactly what the position is, and you will let me know in due course. So with regard to this liver arch file, it's got these exhibits, these statements, but they are marked under as different exhibits. And the file is not a controlling file. Would it be easy to make this as exhibit, or it can't be exhibit S5 and then A, B, C, D, because you already have this? Okay, maybe for other, okay, switch yours off.
Sorry.
Maybe what, for the other liver arch files, somebody needs to attend to that. It's the way we have been doing them all the time. What's written on the spine of the liver arch file should be indicating the controlling exhibits. And then if necessary, you can have A, B, C, which are inside the liver arch file. That makes it easier. Your junior counselor should be able to attend to that in regard to the others. I guess we just have to use this as is because we don't have time to change. But all the others, attempts should be made to try and align them with how we have been dealing with others. Yeah. The liver arch file, I think. Yeah, it's complicated. It's a question of identification. When I ask somebody to go and look for it, I must be able to say it's a liver arch file marked exhibit so and so. But here it says exhibit SS5, exhibit SS8, and so on, which are exhibits inside. That's fine. But so if I say exhibit SS5, it's not the file. It's an exhibit inside. But of course, the important thing is not the file for admission, it's the contents. But for identification, it helps if one says on the spine, this is the file. I think we'll just deal with each exhibit as it comes. Maybe we'll find a way of sorting it out later. Let's deal with them as they come. So we'll admit each exhibit as need arises and not everything at the beginning.
As you please. Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I came into a process which I told operates in this way.
Yes, no, that's fine.
Obviously, it's not.
It's not a train smash.
Mr. Chairperson, I've also been told that the same facility that existed at the previous venue exists here. In other words, all our mics can be on at the same time. That's what I've been told.
Well, the way my voice is when yours is on doesn't appear to be what one expects. But let's continue. I'm sure they will be doing what they may need to do. But I'll put mine off while you are talking and while the witness is talking. And when I put it on, I don't know whether it is the same. What's your feeling when I speak with your mic on and mine being on, and when yours is off? Is it like the same? Yeah, I think I see somebody else behind you who corroborates you. So maybe the problem is just me. Yes. Okay, well, if the technicians say it's fine if all three are on at the same time, yeah, I'm told that it's fine. Okay, we can keep them on then. Okay, you may proceed. Switch it on.
Ms. Olele, where are you employed at the moment?
Chairperson, I am.
Hang on, let's identify his statement first, so that
Yes.
where it is, and let him confirm that it's his statement, and then we take it from there.
Yes. Mr. Olele, you've made a statement in relation to the evidence you're about to give today.
Yes.
Do you have the statement in front of you?
Yes, I do, Chair.
Now that statement is marked SS10. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit SS10.
Yes, sir.
Now, you've read the statement.
Yes, sir.
Do you?
Hang on. I must just get to it. Yes. Yes, continue.
As you please, Mr. You confirm the correctness of what's contained in your statement.
Yes, I do, Chairperson.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, where do you work at the moment?
I am the acting CEO of Autopax, a wholly owned bus subsidiary of the.
PRASA or any of its subsidiaries. What positions did you hold?
I've had various roles, Chairperson. I've been a general manager in the office of the group CEO of PRASA.
Just at that.
I have been.
And face this side as you. He's asking questions, you're answering his questions, but you face me. I think that's going to help me to hear what you are saying.
Yeah, I'll do that. And I have been general manager for corporate affairs in PRASA at some point. I have been a group chief strategy officer, and I have also been a manager, an executive manager at Intersight Asset Investments, which is another subsidiary of PRASA, looking at property and other related assets. And I have been then back again to corporate office as group executive in the office of the group CEO maybe 2 years ago until recently. And now I'm acting CEO at the bus subsidiary Autopax.
I wonder whether you need to lower the mic. Yeah, I think maybe it might have a better chance of capturing what you say. Okay.
Now, Mr. Lele, in your statement from paragraph 5 to paragraph 7, you refer to an affidavit made by Ms. Ngoyi and an affidavit made by Mr. Dingazwayo.
Yes, I do, Chairperson.
I want to return to those matters in a little while. I want to start off, though, your evidence with what you say in regard to the meeting that you, Mr. Akwete, and Mr. Mudley had. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
So let's just start off. When was that meeting held?
The meeting was held, Chairperson, in 2017, at the beginning of the year. I think it would have been around February, March.
How did that meeting come about?
I was called by, I think, the MD, the Managing Director of Prodigy.
Who was that?
Ms. Nerishni Shunmugan. And she asked for a meeting.
Maybe it would be good if we can give spellings for names that
Yes.
might not be familiar in terms of spelling for the transcribers. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you can give it if you are able to.
Nerishni, I think, is N-E. I'm going to battle.
Can I help?
Yes.
Nerishne and Shanmugam is Shunmugam.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd been called by Ms. Shanmugam, and she requested a meeting because at that point now I was group executive in the office of the group CEO. And she requested a meeting to...
Sorry, it is going to be important. At that time, who was the group CEO?
At that time, Mr. Lindikaya Zide, that person was the acting group CEO of PRASA.
Does that mean that this is long after Mr. Montana left?
Yes, sir. And so Ms. Shanmugam asked for a meeting and to discuss, the issues related, the issues between PRASA and Prodigy, and I agreed to the meeting.
So just tell us who was Prodigy.
So Prodigy was a service provider providing training to PRASA employees on, I think, customer-related services matters, customer relations.
Just, can I find out whether the transcribers have no problem hearing what the witness is saying? I'm just concerned that we might go on for quite some time only to find out later that they are struggling.
Yes.
They can hear. Okay. All right.
All right, so let's get to the meeting now. You are called by Ms. Shanmugam, and you agree to the meeting.
Yes, I do, Chair.
Did you go alone from PRASA's side?
No, I did not, Chair.
Who went with you?
I asked my colleague, Mr. Jacob Rakwate, who is in the legal section, to accompany me to the meeting.
Is there any particular reason you asked him to accompany you?
Yes, Chairperson, there is. Because I knew that there was, this dispute between PRASA and Prodigy. I felt it prudent to just get somebody to accompany me to that meeting, and even better to get somebody from the legal section of the business.
Maybe just tell us what the issue was between PRASA and Prodigy.
If I recall, Chair, I think there were really two. The first was just generally dispute regarding the validity of the contract. But for this meeting, it was about payment that Prodigy felt was due to Prodigy, and PRASA was in dispute regarding that payment.
Was the payment, which was the second issue, was the payment in relation to a different contract or in relation to the same contract the validity of which was being challenged by PRASA.
It was in relation to the same contract.
Okay.
Now, you go to this meeting. Whom did you expect would be representing Prodigy at the meeting?
I expected Ms. Narishni Shinmugan to be representing Prodigy.
And where was the meeting to take place?
In the PRASA building, actually in the a small boardroom of the group CEO.
Was there any discussion about what the venue of the meeting should be?
Yes, Ms. Shinmugan wanted the meeting to be outside of the PRASA building.
Did she indicate what?
Outside PRASA.
Yes, outside of PRASA.
Okay.
Did she indicate why?
She said something to the effect that it was for my own protection.
For your protection?
Yes.
Did you understand?
I'm sorry. There was a minute or two when I could hear you very clearly.
Yes, okay.
I don't know what had happened, but otherwise there is some difficulty. Just repeat why she wanted the meeting to be outside of PRASA.
She said, for my own protection.
For your own protection.
Yes.
Okay.
What did you understand that to be?
It was bizarre. It was a bizarre statement to me, Chair. And I said, now the meeting will take place in the PRASA building.
And why did you insist on the meeting being held at the PRASA building?
For the reasons that, I've spelled out, Chair, that it's a sensitive matter. It's a matter in court, it's a matter in dispute, and it would have been improper for me to have a formal meeting about the business on a matter like this outside of the building.
I wonder whether, see, I can hear you, Mr. Soni, much better, and I'm struggling to hear the witness. I wonder whether if he's sitting elsewhere that would change and improve anything. Okay, let's see how it goes, and
Yes,
then
Mr.
if need be, we could have him sit maybe much further.
Yes.
Because I can hear you well. But
Yes.
okay, let's try again.
I must confess, Mr. Chairperson, I'm also having some difficulty with
Okay.
Mr. Olele,
Maybe
hearing Mr. Olele.
I think it's
Yes.
a turn.
Okay, let's try and see after the intervention and see if there's any improvement.
Right. So quite ironically, she thought that if the meeting is held outside PRASA, you would be protected. But you thought if the meeting is held at PRASA, you would be protected.
Yes, Chairperson.
Did you ask her why she was saying you needed protection for this meeting?
No, I did not, Chair. It was just enough reason for me to insist then
Yes.
that it be in the building.
Yes. Had you had any dealings with her before?
Yes, I had, Chair.
Many dealings?
Not many, no.
Yeah.
I mean, they were just, in the building with the program, so we would have met, just on
Yes.
the program when the program was introduced.
Yes.
Yeah.
And previously she had never talked about you needing any protection.
No.
Okay. Looks
Anyway,
like there is some improvement, at least from my side.
it certainly is better from my
Yes.
side as well.
Okay. Let's see.
Now, you go to this meeting expecting to see Ms. Shanmugam,
Yes, Chairperson.
who appears at the meeting on behalf of Prodigy.
So Mr. Rapate and I walk into the boardroom, and Ms. Shinmugan was not there. The person who was there instead was Mr. Roy Moodley.
Did you know Mr. Roy Moodley?
Yes, I did.
How did you come to know him?
I knew him through, him being a service provider at PRASA, and especially through the Prodigy work. He had been, in the business around Prodigy at a graduation function, when there was a graduation. So yeah, I knew him from.
I'm just going to ask you this. in an affidavit that Mr. Molefe made, he says that people refer to Mr. Mudley as the owner of PRASA. I'd just like you to comment on that.
Yes, I think generally he was known to be a very influential person.
He was known as an influential person.
Yes,
Yes.
just generally amongst senior people especially.
This is at PRASA.
Yes,
we're not
at
talking
Prasa,
about in the
at
public
Prasa, no,
space.
at Prasa, yes.
Is that a view that you shared, that he was influential at PRASA?
Yes, I do, Chair.
Why did you think he was influential at PRASA?
He was just, through various contracts, he would be there, he would be in the building from time to time, and just the manner in which he was surrounded, he was just known to be an influential person.
Yes. Well, I want to get more details about that. Did you, to your knowledge, were there any decisions that were taken at PRASA which he influenced in any way?
I wouldn't have direct knowledge about that, Chair, but I knew that, like through this contract, he was involved in it, just in and around the contract. I knew that he had the security company, and just the manner in which he would interact with the business, very forceful.
What was he doing? Was he throwing his weight around? What was he doing that made you think he was influential at PRASA? He was only a service provider, wasn't he?
Yes.
He was an outsider to PRASA.
Yes, he was an outsider to PRASA.
Yes.
The context at the time was such that, yeah, he would be in the building from time to time.
Did he claim to be the owner of PRASA?
No,
As far as you know.
No, I'd never heard him make such a claim.
Did he claim to be influential within PRASA? Is it because maybe people heard him say he's influential? Is it anything like that that helped him?
Not directly to me, no, Chair.
Yes,
No, not
yes.
directly to me. But
How often would he be around at PRASA, more or less?
From time to time you'd see him, Chair. From time to time, like I say, I saw him at a very, I think the launch of the program for the training, at the graduation function at Birchwood Hotel, and yeah. So you'd ask us, he would be in front, he would be at the front area, front tables.
Was he ever, or did he often, was he often at a function or place in PRASA where he was not supposed to be?
Well, remember it's a public institution, Chair, so it would be difficult to say, it's not supposed to be there.
Yes.
So.
Well, it might be a public institution, but I can't just walk in there and sit in the boardroom.
No, not in that regard. But he'll be having meetings, which is normal in that regard as a service provider.
Yes.
So that would be normal. But I'm saying that's how
Yes.
you'd come to know. Oh,
Yes.
you see him at a graduation function. Oh,
Yes.
it's the same place. Yeah.
Okay.
If I could just ask for a summation of things, compared to other service providers, was he more prominent at PRASA?
Oh, yes.
Much more prominent.
Yes.
And was there anybody else who was as prominent as he was?
No, I can't recall.
But when you say he was prominent, are you simply talking about his frequent presence at PRASA?
Yes. His presence, really.
Yeah.
And not, like I say, presence in the symbolism of power. So, at the graduation, he'd be also there in front. He'd be. So you notice him. it is that kind of symbolism of authority.
I'm trying to understand because you say, as far as you know, he didn't claim to be influential, generally speaking, I guess.
Well, not directly to me.
Not directly to you.
Yes.
But you thought, and other people thought, as I understand, that he was influential, and
Yes,
some
Chair.
even thought, in a way, he was the owner of PRASA. I was trying to understand how people came to give him those labels.
Because, like I said, Chair, because of the manner in which he carried himself, and I mean the meeting that you speak about for me really then eventually stood out.
Yeah.
It's a confirmation
Yeah.
of that which I had also come to know.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Soni.
In fact, it is the very first time at this meeting that he formally tells you about the power he holds.
Yes.
Well, let's have that come from you. Tell us about that meeting.
So-
You were expecting somebody else, and then he
Yes.
was there, and what happened?
So I was expecting Ms. Narishni Shunmugan. I attended the meeting with Mr. Jacob Rakpati, and we walked into the boardroom, and Ms. Shunmugan was not there, and Mr. Mutli was seated, present in the room.
At that time, did you know Mr. Moodley to be associated in any way with Prodigy?
Yes, I did, Chair.
Did he have a position at Prodigy?
I didn't really know at that time what his position was,
Yes.
but he was associated with Prodigy.
So when you saw him there, did you immediately think he would be the person representing Prodigy by virtue of the association
Yes,
you
Chair.
thought he had with Prodigy?
Yes, I knew that, but
Yeah.
I was still shocked that Ms. Shunmugan was not there.
Yes. At Ms. Shumika.
Shunmugan,
Yeah.
Shunmugan.
And she told you who was going to represent a Prodigy at the meeting.
No, it was meant to be a meeting between Prasa and her.
Yes.
She
Yeah.
didn't tell us that she was.
What
not-
was her position at Prodigy?
I think she was managing director.
Yes. Okay. And as far as Mr. Moodley was concerned, you didn't know whether he had a formal position
No, I
there or
didn't know.
not, but you knew he had an association
Yes.
with Prodigy.
Yes.
Okay. And then the meeting started. Or did you
the
ask
meet-
about why the MD wasn't there?
Yes, I did actually. I remember I did ask where Narishni is, and she says, "Oh no, she's in another meeting somewhere."
Just repeat that.
He said she's in another meeting somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
So he's representing Project.
Yes. Tell us about the content of the discussion at the meeting.
So we exchanged pleasantries. Chairperson, good morning, sir. You know, how are you? And I think at least I was taken aback, so you know I needed to compose myself a bit. We exchanged pleasantries, and then we said, "Yes, sir, we are here, you know, to hear you." And he said, "Well, guys, you know that Prasa owes us money, and you know I've come to request you to make the payments that are due to Prodigy."
Did he
At
mention
that stage, how much were they claiming was due to them
I
from
think
Pastor?
it was about 24 million or so. 24
Oh,
million
okay.
rand, yes, Chair.
Okay, so he said that.
Did he mention a figure at the meeting?
Yes, I
get your lawyers to make a proposal to our lawyers?
It was like we hadn't said anything before, Chair. Just disregarded what was said, and he kept on asserting the demand for the payment.
And how did you respond to that continued demand for payment? When I say you, I'm talking about you and Mr. Ekwete.
We kept on insisting that we're in court. Any other matter would have to be a proposal from his lawyers to our lawyers.
And was it getting into a heated meeting, or was it friendly, cordial?
Very calm, very, very calm, but both parties resolute in their positions.
Eventually,
Sounds like it was not negotiations. It was, you pay, no, we won't pay. You pay, no, we won't pay. Is
I
that
think
right?
that would have taken about 15 minutes of that to and fro.
The to-ing and fro-ing.
Yes.
and was anybody's temper then raised as a result of these resolute positions?
No, no temper was raised, but a firmness came out.
How was that?
And what came out?
A firmness.
Oh, yes, okay.
And what happened next then of any significance?
Mr. Moodley, in a very firm voice, looked at us and told us that, look, guys, as you know, no, not as you know, let me let you know that I'm one of the top 15 decision makers in this country. And you may have known, or you may have heard, you may have seen, you may have read, big changes are coming. You better be on the right side of those changes.
Now, when he talked about big changes, did he mention anything about what the nature of those changes would be?
No, he didn't, Chair, but it was clear that he was talking governmental changes.
By the way, when was this meeting?
February, March 2017.
February, March 2017.
2017.
Okay.
Now, in your affidavit, you say that he mentioned an impending cabinet reshuffle. Is that what he
Yes,
did?
he said in government.
Sorry.
In government. So he was essentially saying to us, you would have read that and you would have heard that big changes are coming in government.
So you say he would have said, or did he say that?
He said that. Yeah. And he went further to say, you know, at the top
Or of the country?
of the country.
Yes. Now,
Well, maybe before you proceed, when you said big changes are coming, did you say your understanding was that he was talking about changes in government, or did he say that himself?
He said changes in government at the top.
At the top?
Yes. And we understood that very clearly.
And what was your understanding
To
of
mean,
what that
to
was?
mean at the cabinet level.
At the cabinet level?
Yes.
But he didn't mention the cabinet himself, or did he also mention it?
No, he said at the top in government.
At the top, yeah.
In
Okay,
government.
in government. Okay. Did you ask him any questions to get more details about these changes?
No, Chair. We were just sitting there.
Yes. You
We just
were
quiet.
surprised?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, well, just following up from what the chairperson has asked, when he said he is one of the 15 top decision makers in the country, how did you react to that?
We reacted to it,
So
Chair.
let's talk about you. Mr. Kwete will talk to himself.
Look, we just kept quiet. We just listened.
But what was your internal reaction?
Well, it was fear.
Fear.
Yes.
Did you believe him?
Yes.
Did you say you believed him?
Yes, I did.
Why did you believe him?
As I said earlier, Chair, because of the posture that was taken, because of corridor talk about how important he is. And now here he was, and he was just confirming all of that, that knowledge.
Okay. Um, he said that big changes are going to be happening
Yes.
at the top in government.
Yes.
And what else did he say?
And then he said, and you must be on the right side of those changes.
Oh, okay. And what did you understand that to mean?
Well, I understood it to mean whatever the changes at the top of us, we do not want to be on the wrong side of whoever may come in to be in charge.
Yes.
And in this case, at ministerial level.
At this stage, who was the Minister of Transport?
It was Minister Dipuo Peters.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
And this was early March 2000.
Yeah, it was the beginning of like I said, somewhere October
2017.
2017.
Now,
I'm sorry, 2000 and?
2017.
Yeah, 2017.
oh,
yeah.
2017.
Yes.
So, can I ask you this? He talked about big changes at government. Did he say anything about any possible changes at CASA?
Yes, he did.
What did he say about it?
He basically said, and when those changes happen, the young man will come back.
And what did you understand that to mean?
We understood it to mean Mr. Montana would return as Group CEO.
Why did you associate his reference to the young man who will come back to Mr. Montana?
It was just the context check. So basically, and remember, me as an official, when essentially those were threats that were being made. And it means, when he comes back, you had better have made this payment. And
Yes.
so, and he did this. He actually said the young man will come back.
So did he say when the big changes that he was talking about happened, the young man would come back?
Yes.
And your understanding was that the changes he was talking about included a change in terms of the Minister of Transport?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, I just want to raise with you something. Did you know that it is in the first week of March 2017 that Minister Dipuo Peters dismissed Mr. Molefe's board? Are
Yes.
you aware of that?
Yes, I.
Did this meeting take place before that dismissal or after that?
It took place before the dismissal.
Now, when Mr. Moodley said when the big changes happen, the young man would come back, which you understood to be a reference to Mr. Montana, what was your reaction to that?
Well, my reaction to it, Chair, like I said, firstly, just in the conversation, we kept quiet. We didn't say anything. We just listened to it. We just sat there.
What was your understanding as to Mr. Montana's departure from PRASA? Was it your understanding that he had left of his own accord, he had resigned, or was the understanding that he had left against his will or had been dismissed?
Firstly, factually, Chair, my understanding was that he had left of his own accord, he had resigned. But of course, as an executive, I knew that there were conflicts at that level of the board and Mr. Montana.
So when Mr. Moodley said the young man will come back when those big changes happened, did that surprise you, bearing in mind that your understanding was that he had left of his own accord? Or not really? Or is it something you didn't take, reflect on or think about?
It didn't surprise me that he would say something like that.
And why did it not surprise you?
Like I said, because of the posture of influence and power, that he conducted himself with, that we've come to know. So he was basically saying, like he said, we must be on the right side of all of these changes. And yes, so it didn't surprise me.
Yes. Do you know on which side he was going to be when that happened?
Say that again, Chair.
Did you know on which side he was going to be when the changes happened?
Which side, Mr. Moodley?
Mr. Moodley, did you know on which side he was going to be? And whether that it was the same side that he wanted you to be or different
Yes.
sides?
No, it was clear that I needed to be on his side, and Mr. Rapati, we needed, and continuing to refuse to pay Prodigy meant that we're against that side.
Okay.
Now, you didn't agree to pay Prodigy at that meeting, certainly.
No, we didn't.
Were you willing to then risk being on the wrong side of the changes that he had foreshadowed in that meeting?
Yes, I was.
And why is that so?
Because it was a simple matter. Here is a legal dispute. The matter is in court. The papers are before court. We certainly would not have had the wherewithal to even effect that payment.
But just dealing with the changes now. Were there any changes that came soon after the meeting?
Yes, Chair.
What was that change?
Well,
I'm sorry, before that, how did your meeting with Mr. Moodley end?
it was just a dead end, a stalemate.
It was a stalemate.
Yeah, just a stalemate because we kept on going back and forth, and we struggled then to find
Yes.
our conclusion to even, okay, it looks like we've exhausted this thing.
Yes. Were there any arguments advanced by Mr. Moodley to try and persuade you to pay, or was it a situation that he was just demanding that you pay and you were saying, no, we are in court, we won't pay now, and there was no motivation, new arguments that you had not had or anything like that?
No, Chair, there was no new argument.
But there was motivation why it would be a good thing for you to pay?
Yes. I mean, he just insisted that, the payment must be done. It was just this insistence.
Yeah, but what I'm asking was whether in support of that insistence, he told you anything other than what appeared
No.
to
not
be a
much.
threat.
No.
Yes, okay.
In other words, it was simply a question of, I, Roy Moodley, say to you, pay, therefore you must pay. Not
Yes.
because the money is due, not because your defense is faulty or what.
Yes, of course it was those kinds of, the key one then, which is what they're arguing, that PRASA owes them this amount of money. And these invoices are due and payable. Beyond that, nothing more.
Well, I guess that from his point of view, the money was due to
It was due and
Prodigy.
payable, yes.
Yeah.
Now, in relation to the changes that Mr. Moodley had forecast at the meeting, did anything happen to indicate that his forecast was correct?
Yes, Chairman, it did happen.
What happened?
Indeed, a shuffling of cabinet happened, and Mr. Dipuo Peters was removed as our Minister of Transport, and Mr. Joe Maswangani was appointed as Minister of Transport.
About how long after the meeting?
Like I say, it was maybe a couple of weeks. It was the end of March.
And when that happened, did it strike you that here is a person we had already forecast?
Yes, it did, Chair.
You say a couple of weeks. I'm sure that the actual date can be found of the announcement of the change, so that should be looked into. But you are
Yes.
confident it
Oh,
was
yes.
a few weeks.
Just a couple of weeks, Chair.
Yes.
That's why I'm saying the meeting would have happened between end Feb, beginning March.
Yes.
Around Feb, March.
Yes. Okay, and you think the cabinet reshuffle
Was
or
later
the-
in March.
was sometime
In March.
In March.
I think
Okay.
actually it was the end of March or something like that.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the witnesses, Mr. Molefe and Mr. Ahmad, will tell us that it happened at the end of March.
It happened in
The
March.
supper.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Now, can I just ask you something slightly different and go back to the issues you raised in your affidavit, which I said I was going to return to. Now, in relation to Prodigy, to Mr. Dingazwayo's affidavit, there is attached a document which I'd like you to look at. Mr. Chairman, it is DM3.
TM3,
Sorry, MMD3.
MMD3.
Yes. It's an annexure to Mr. Dingazwayo's affidavit.
Did you say after it's annexed to Mr. Jingiswayo's affidavit?
And it appears at the top at page 43, Mr. Chairman.
There are dividers marked 1 up to,
Yes, so it will
11.
be 3. The one that's marked 3.
and then there is, well, the one that is marked 3, when I open on it, that's page 55,
Oh, should be
and
43.
it's Unite Behind.
No. Should be page 43. Sorry, Mr. Chivers, maybe I didn't
Is it
identify
in the
it.
same bundle?
It's SS8.
SS8.
Yes.
And what is the annexure?
Annexure MMD3.
Yes. I've got it.
Have you got that, Mr. O'Leary?
Yes, Chairman.
What is that document?
The heading, the subject is Piloting of Center of Excellence Model and Leadership Implementation.
And
I think just repeat that. I don't know what was happening. Maybe you are a little further from the mic.
Yes.
Yes, just repeat what it is.
The subject is Piloting of Center of Excellence Model and Leadership Implementation.
and from which firm is that document?
It is from Prodigy.
This is the same Prodigy we've been talking about.
Yes, Chairperson.
Now, we needn't look at the whole document, but you'll see right at the top, on the right-hand corner, there is handwriting. There is a manuscript inscription on that document. You see that?
Yes, Chair.
And that's addressed to whom?
To Tiro and Mpefu.
And who is Tira?
It is myself.
Did you see this document at the time it was, about the time it was sent?
Yes, Chair.
What does that document say?
If I recall, I'm going to read it.
Yes.
But
No. Sorry, what does the inscription say?
the inscription. Should I read it?
Yes.
It says, Tiro Mpefu, the proposal from Prodigy is accepted. We should enter into a partnership with Prodigy Business, I think it's Solutions, Property Limited. We need a formal MOU, I think it's to this effect. Please prepare a letter for my signature in accordance, I can't read this, my signature.
Receipt. Is that not receipt and confirm
The signature,
our acceptance of the proposal from Prodigy?
yes. I just couldn't see that signature and receipt, and yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what it says, Chair.
All right. Now, there is a signature there. Whose signature is that?
It is Mr. Montana's signature.
And whose handwriting is that?
It is Mr. Montana's handwriting.
Now,
There's a date appearing there, but the
Yes.
year doesn't appear,
Yeah,
but
it's
it's
almost-
10/6. What would be have been the
I think
year?
it would be 2010, Chair.
So it was the same date as the date of the letter from Prodigy.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yes, Chair.
The letter is addressed to Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, care of Mr. Tsepo L. Montana, is that right?
Yes, Chair.
And it's from N. Shanmugam, Director, Prodigy Business Services.
Yes, Chair.
now, in essence, what does this letter contain in respect of Prasa?
I think, if I recall, the letter was proposing a partnership between Prodigy and PRASA. And I think at the back of the proposal was that Prodigy had managed to secure funding from, I think, the transport SITA to be in partnership with PRASA for the funding of this, of a learnership.
Now, Mr. Montana's note would suggest that he was telling you to accept the proposal.
Yes, Chairperson.
Was this proposal then accepted? In other words, did you action what he asked?
Yes, Chairperson.
Well, that first sentence on the inscription says the proposal from Prodigy is accepted. So I guess he was accepting it. And then he wanted certain things to be done to give effect to the acceptance. Is that your understanding?
Yes, Chairperson.
And as the chairperson has pointed out, that acceptance is made on the very same day that the proposal is dated.
Yes, Chair.
Now, is that what gave birth to a series of Prodigy contracts? There will be evidence about that. I'm just asking you to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, that's exactly what.
Chairperson, I just want to point out that Mr. Dingazwayo will deal with that when he comes to testify.
Yes, okay.
And of course, he will deal with the issues relating to the resistance to payment.
Okay.
Now, coming back to another matter you raised in your affidavit.
I see we are at 1, but if we are not going to take long, we could try and finish with him so that after lunch we deal with the next witness. But it depends how long you think he will still be.
Chairman, may I be guided by you? The parts I want to refer the witness to is where he says, I have read the affidavit of Mr. Ngoi, and I confirm what's there. It would be unfair both to you and the witness to say, well, do you confirm it? So I'll have to take him to that. It will take a few minutes, but more importantly, if you look at paragraph 7, Chairman, I want to deal with the manner in which Mr. Montana dealt with Mr. Olele a different time.
But how much time do you think?
It would take, I would say, at least 20 minutes.
Okay, no, I think if it's going to take 20 minutes, let's rather take the lunch adjournment, and then you can continue at 2. Yes. We'll take the lunch adjournment now, and we will resume at 2 o'clock. We adjourn.
You think so? Yeah, for the next 8 days. But anyhow, good fine, good. I just want cheese sandwich.
of my role, Chairperson, as Group Chief Strategy Officer, I would be involved in a whole range of different issues that really went to the heart of PRASA strategy. So the advertising portfolio in PRASA would be covered by under the secondary mandate as given by the Legal Succession Act. And the Legal Succession Act says that the assets that PRASA acquires, it must exploit to generate revenue. So the advertising portfolio was quite central to that. So just as head of strategy, I would, especially where there were difficulties, I would just generally be there.
Now, Ms. Ngoya says she was summoned to the meeting.
Yes.
Were you there because you had also been summoned, or you were invited to the meeting? And
This one I don't recall, Chair. Chances are that Ms. Ngoya herself would have invited me to this meeting.
Okay, but you were there.
I was there.
From the time that she was there up to the time either the meeting ended or
Yes.
when she left, you left
Yes,
with her.
yes, Chairperson.
Okay, all right. You may continue.
Then what happened next, according to Ms. Ngoyi?
I was even told that they have the power to remove the portfolio from Intersight and had intended to do so because I clearly did not know what I was doing.
Just hold on there for. Where was Ms. Ngoyi based at that time?
She was the CEO of Intersight Asset Investments, Chairperson.
And what was this meeting about?
So there was litigation between Prime Media and PRASA. Prime Media had taken PRASA to court for the award of the advertising contract.
Through Strawberry Walk.
Through I think the other company was ProVantage, and Strawberry Works was in partnership with ProVantage or something like that. But they were all in. So these were the new entities that were managing the advertising portfolio. Prime Media had lost out on that contract. So there was litigation between Prime Media taking PRASA to court. Now, this meeting was about Strawberry Works' unhappiness with how Intersight was firstly managing the portfolio and how it was managing the litigation. That was the purpose of this meeting.
Okay.
So, coming to the point of the litigation, well, firstly, they said that they have the power to remove the portfolio from Intersight because Ms. Ngoyi allegedly didn't know what she was doing. What was her response to that?
Ms. Ngoyi is a very feisty person.
Is a very?
Feisty person. And she took it on, and the meeting, she fought like a bull. It was just conflict. She took great exception to those assertions.
And what did she say, though, at the meeting?
One sec. I think you may be standing too far from your mic.
I'm sorry.
And before lunch, there had been a lot of improvement, but from the witnesses' side, but there are challenges now again. It may be that it's got nothing to do with you. Maybe somebody needs to do something to the mic. But just try again, yeah.
Well, she took exception to this assertion, and if I recall, I think she said she doesn't take instructions from them, but she took exception as well from her just professional credibility, that here she was being told that she doesn't know what she's doing.
And that a client was going to tell PRASA how it should oversee the client's work.
Yes, he took great exception to that.
Then you say that the second issue was that Strawberry Works apparently was unhappy with the way PRASA was handling the litigation. Now, Mr. Ngoyi deals with that in paragraph 15.5. What happened in that regard?
I think the demand by Strawberry Works was that the lawyers should be changed. The lawyers who were representing PRASA in this litigation should be changed.
And who were the lawyers who were representing PRASA?
It was Hogan Lovells.
Now, can I then, just dealing with that point, ask you to turn to the next page at paragraph 15.6. Ms. Ngoyi then describes what happened as a result of Strawberry's unhappiness. What does she say happened? If you look at halfway down that paragraph, however, in May or June 2013.
Should I read this?
Yes.
However, in May or June 2013, the portfolio was moved from Intersight to PRASA, and Hogan Lovells were promptly removed from the brief by the special legal advisor in the office of the group CEO, Ms. Malini Naidu, and replaced with a different firm. The last attorneys who handled the matter was Maraj attorneys, who coincidentally happened to also be attorneys of record of Strawberry Works.
Can I just ask you to go back to paragraph 15.4?
So just before that, Mr. Soni, so the meeting that you were testifying about a few minutes ago included Strawberry Walks and Mr. Selwyn Motley, who you said is Mr. Roy Motley's son. Is that right?
Yes, Chairperson.
And at that meeting, these people, including Mr. Selwyn Motley, were demanding that the law firm that PRASA was using at the time should be fired and another firm should be appointed for PRASA. Is that right?
Yes, Chairperson.
And Ms. Ngoya resisted that.
Yes, Chair.
But now when you read it, 15.6, she says, in June 2013, the portfolio was moved from Intersight, which is where Ms. Ngoya was in charge. Is that right?
Yes, Chairperson.
To PRASA. And then Hogan Lovells were removed as attorneys for PRASA. Is that right?
Yes, that's what she says.
And then in their place, the Maraj attorneys were appointed, and they happened to be attorneys, according to Ms. Ngoya, also of Strawberry Works.
Yes, Chair.
Now, at 15.4, in the second line, Ms. Ngoyi says that there was a Mr. Maraj present. Is this the same attorney that replaced that replaced Hogan Lovells?
You know, I imagine it would be, Chair. I can't recall completely the characters, but I imagine it would be him.
Anyway, I guess it may or may not be, depending.
Ms. Ngoyi will come and say
Or she will testify. Yeah, okay.
Then can I ask you...
But are you able to say that she will say it's the same attorney?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes. And then can I ask you to turn to page 284 at paragraph 15.8. Oh, sorry. Now ask you to turn to page 285, that paragraph 15.10. And in the closing sentences of that paragraph, she talks about a meeting. She says she asked for a meeting with all the relevant parties relating to Mr. Montana, Strawberry Walks, and so on, is present at the meeting where Ms. Zinde, Ms. Naidu, Ms. Holele, Mr. Montana, and myself. You see that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you recall that meeting?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, what happened at this meeting?
Um, if I recall, the matter was meant to be the matter of this conflict was meant to be discussed, and
And it indicates I'm happy that you and Ms. Ngoyi had not carried out his instruction.
yes, Chair.
Yes, because I can hear you quite well, but I've been struggling. So maybe it's the distance. The further somebody is from me, the better, maybe. But I don't know whether that's going to be easy, and probably, and whether it will need any adjustment. But I see that the mic that Mr. Holele was using has a base, and I don't know whether that's removable to be taken to the end of to where the witness will be, or whether they need another one. Maybe, Mr. Soni, you can talk to the technicians to see whether
Yes.
they will need, or should we adjourn for a short time? Yeah, I think let's take a short adjournment to
I'm sorry.
allow everything to be sorted out. We'll take a 5 minutes adjournment. We adjourn.
of Mr. Holele about the meeting in February, March 2017, at which you, he, and Mr. Mudley were present.
Correct.
Tell the chairperson how it came about that you went to that meeting.
Chair, I was called by my colleague, Mr. Holele. I was sitting in my office.
Just 1 sec before that, Mr. Soni, traditionally, the witness who would testify, shall we say, on the same side, wouldn't be listening, wouldn't be in the room. But because the idea would be that his evidence must be based on his own memory. But it's tricky because these proceedings are broadcast. So even if somebody is not in the room, they may be watching and listening. But it does create that challenge because one would have preferred that he was not listening to that evidence and that you would ask him and he would give his evidence as he recalls it without having listened, without having been in the room when the evidence was given. But those are the challenges that come with technology and, yeah. Okay, your mic is not on again.
Sorry, please accept that we did debate this, and the very issue you raised is if Mr. Akwete is sitting next door, he'd be able to have it. But Mr. Chairperson, I think you are right, or submit you are right, and that in future we must ensure a disjuncture between who is the person giving evidence and the person who is listening.
It's as I say, it's tricky, but if somebody is known to have been sitting here and listening to evidence of a witness, that later on he or she is required to corroborate if she or he is able to. The way to put on that evidence is not the same as that of somebody who might not have been in the room. So it detracts from the weight.
Yes.
But as I say, sometimes somebody is listening and they don't even know they'll end up being called.
No,
But they get called and then they give evidence. So it's just that we need to be alive to these challenges and see what needs to be done.
Mr. Chairperson, may I just say that I think the Commission should err on the side of propriety rather than convenience and say, well, it could have. And I think that is the rule we should apply.
Yes, yeah. Because, of course, it will be open to anybody who might want to challenge his evidence to say, but what weight can the Commission put on his evidence? Because he was sitting here, he had everything that Mr. Holele says. He then comes after Mr. Holele and says, yes, he's right, But he was sitting here, he listened to everything.
I have no answer, Mr. Chairman, and we just need to learn from this.
Yeah, okay.
This area. Now, you've heard the evidence of Mr. Holele, and as the chairperson has rightly pointed out, perhaps you shouldn't have been here. But before you made your statement, you had seen his statement. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And you, in fact, say that you confirm what he has said in
That's
his
correct,
statement.
Chair.
Now let's just get to the nub of your evidence, Mr. Akwete. We know this meeting happened. So tell us in your own words what happened at the meeting. In other words, how did you, we know that Mr. Holele invited you to the meeting, but where was the meeting held?
The meeting was held.
Let's just make sure, is the meeting that Mr. Holele said happened in March or February 2017?
17.
That's the meeting you're talking about?
Correct.
Okay.
I can't remember the date specifically as indicated by Mr. Holele, but certainly I remember the meeting that I was invited to by him. As I indicated, Chair, I was sitting in my office and Mr. Holele called me from the office, from my office and says, please join me in a meeting. When I inquired what was the meeting about, he says, come. And I said, okay, let me just go with a colleague. And then the meeting was in the section we call the Group CEO section in one of the boardrooms. And as I indicated, I was not aware what the meeting or what the subject of the meeting was, or who we were meeting for that matter. And when we walked into that boardroom, there was a gentleman sitting. I didn't know the name, I didn't know the person. It was my first encounter with the gentleman. I remember he was introduced, but I didn't take it to note because that was not part of the meeting, so I didn't know, I was not prepared for that particular meeting. We then sat down, and the nub of the discussion was that PRASA owes Prodigy a certain sum of money for the services rendered. And Mr. Moodley then indicated that he's surprised that we're defending, effectively that we're surprised why we're defending the matter for service that had been rendered. He did most of the talking, and I then, when it came to my turn to speak in the meeting, I then indicated to Mr. Moodley and said, if you mind, obviously, on making a proposal, that he must make the proposal formally, and that would be considered by PRASA attorneys so that the matter could be looked at. It was difficult to say we rebuffed his decision or his proposal or his demand for payment, other than the fact that we kind of process it and say you need to process what you require from PRASA through a process that we indicated. And the process, I said to him that he must make a formal proposal to our lawyers so that the matter, because the matter was in court at that stage, for the proposal to be considered.
Before you carry on, can I just ask you this? Was any figure mentioned to the best of your knowledge?
I can't remember the number, if there was a number that was mentioned in the meeting, Chair.
And were you aware of the dispute, the fact of the dispute and the nature of the dispute?
I was at high level. I'm part of the group legal risk and compliance. My role is compliance. So we hold meetings regularly to discuss the workload that we have through the group risk legal meeting. That matter was mentioned, but I can't remember the nature and the substance of the meeting, but it was one of the matters that was mentioned.
And when you sort of rebuffed the demand, what was Mr. Moodley's reaction?
Well, I suppose it was insisting there was a stalemate, but what I remember is that at the tail end of the meeting, he then mentioned that he was part of the top 15 or 17. I recall to be 17, but I could be on advisement to be 15 or 17. That he was part of the decision makers, and that decision making involved appointments or looking at nominations for state-owned enterprises, CEOs. And that, you know, when the decision, and that the young man is coming, he did say that the young man may be coming, and as a result, we must be on the right side of the changes that are imminent.
So can I just get back to precisely what Mr. Moodley said in relation to being one of the top 15, and you say you can't remember it was 15 or 17. Did he mention one number or did he mention both?
He mentioned one number, but I thought in my head that it was a 17, but it could have been a 15, Chair. So I can't remember in precise terms.
So he either said, I am one of the top 15 decision makers in the country, or he said, I'm one of the top 17 decision makers in the country.
Correct.
And decisions relating to what?
He said that decision involves the nominations of state-owned enterprises CEO as part of the decision-making process that we're involved in.
And what did
Hang
you...
on, I'm sorry. Did you say he said he was one of the top either 15 or 17, you can't remember which one he said, but you think he said 17. 17, did you say decision makers? I just want to,
He said decision makers.
in the country, or how did he put it?
I can't remember whether in relation to the country, but certainly it is, that reference was to state-owned enterprises CEOs.
So what, was he saying he was one of the top 17 decision makers in relation to state-owned enterprises?
CEOs, correct.
Sorry?
CEOs.
Yeah, CEOs.
CEOs, Chief Executive Officers. Yes.
Okay, no, let me just get that. He was saying he was one of the top 17 decision makers in relation to the appointment of CEOs of state enterprises.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
And what did you understand by that? I mean, I know it's almost obvious, but what did you understand by that?
Chair, I understood two things that stuck to me. I didn't know the man, and I didn't know the extent of his power. So when he mentioned that, the back of the mind was, he's probably informing us that we must understand that if the changes come, we might be on the right, as indicated, we must be on the right side. Or maybe it may have been a ploy, because the basis of our discussion was that he wanted payment. You say, you dare not make payment. Those are the kind of things that ran in my head.
Okay, so those are the two things that went in your mind at that time.
That's correct.
Let me ask you, you had not met Mr. Mudley before this meeting.
No, I have not.
After the meeting, did you become aware of Mr. Mudley and his dealings with PRASA?
I have become aware of it, certainly succinctly, when I read the book by Jack Paul, The Prison Keepers. That's when I then formed a notion about the extent of his power, at least as indicated in that book. And say that possibly was the person that we spoke to, and maybe has the reach that he indicated.
Prior to this meeting, you say you had not met Mr. Motley.
No, I had not met Mr.
Had you heard of him?
I've heard of him in the corridors, but not in so many greater details. As to,
Okay.
And what was the talk in the corridors? Mr. Chairperson, I'm aware of hearsay, but I wanted for a different context, just to say that was the thinking.
Yeah. What did you know about him that people may have been saying within PRASA about him?
Certainly with relation to the strawberry, because before I joined PRASA as a compliance, I had been working at Intersight Asset Investment, and I was in the CEO's office, in Martha's office. There was a rumor that he was aligned to Strawberry Works.
So when you talk about Martha, you're talking about Msingoyi.
That's correct.
This is the person that Mr. Holele talked about being at one of those meetings as well.
That's correct.
Now, did you treat this as just a boast, or did after the meeting you ask Mr. Holele, but who is this person to tell us about how we should operate?
I did ask Mr. Holele about the person, and then he said, no, that's Mr. Roy Moodley. But obviously I didn't go to the great extent of saying what power does he have within PRASA. But at some point, I think because of my experience as a lawyer, I thought it might be name dropping, and maybe that extent of what he wanted to show off, that he's got power within PRASA, and that in fact he's got power that is external PRASA, that he can make changes that would have effect within PRASA.
Hindsight sometimes throws greater light on what happened before. You thereafter read Jacques Pauw's book, The President's Keepers.
That's correct.
When you read the book, did you then go, in your own mind, go back to this incident where Mr. Moodley had told you what powers he supposedly had?
It did really spark the memory and say, oh, that might be the person that when he said that he's got power, that he probably might have the power that he indicated he has.
After the meeting, immediately after the meeting, you didn't have any further dealings with Mr. Moodley
Not at all.
or with Prodigy.
Not at all, Chair.
And what's happened to the dispute between Prodigy and Prasa, the one that Mr. Moodley was demanding payment in respect of?
I am not too, although I'm part of the legal, but I didn't deal with the matter, and I'm not too sure how far it is currently or where it ended, if it has ended.
Well, evidence will be laid about that, Mr. Dinges, why you will. But you have no idea where that is.
No, I don't have a recollection of the end of that matter, Chair.
Now, Mr. Moodley said, I am one of the top 15 or 17 people who appoint or nominate people to be appointed as CEOs of SOEs.
That's correct.
What else did he say in relation to Prasa itself?
Other than that the young man was coming back, I can't recall any other matter that he may have mentioned in the meeting.
Now, when he said the young man is coming back, what did you understand him to mean by that?
I understood, Chair, that he was referencing, obviously, that because the discussion was prefaced by one of the top 15, 17 decision makers of SOEs, and therefore reference would have been to at that stage, Prasa didn't have a full-time or permanent CEO, and therefore the reference would have been to a CEO who had been gone and coming back, and I could only relate it to Mr. Montana, who had left, although in 2015 and in 2017 that could be the person.
So that's what you understood that he meant.
Correct.
Now, he also said you need to be on the right side of the changes that are coming.
That's correct.
Right. Now, what did you understand by that? That you must be on the right side of the changes in relation to the decision you were going to make in regard to his proposal?
Yeah, as I indicated, there are two things. That it's either there's going to be some serious challenges to us at work because of the decision. Well, I call it no decision because we just indicated the correct process that he needed to follow, or for having rebuffed by myself or Tiro. But alternatively, as I said, at that time in the meeting, I thought it might be a norm-dropping exercise. So it's trying to nudge us to rethink what he had proposed.
But if he was not name-dropping, then you understood by resisting his demand or not acceding to his demand, you were risking being on the wrong side. You reconciled yourself with that.
Correct. I think in hindsight, after reading the book Jacques Paul, and then I realized he probably might have power. Probably there might have been that our careers at Prasa, my career at Prasa would have been stunted. But I hadn't been on the bedside of either Mr. Montana or Mr. Moodley to have experienced that and say it certainly is going to happen. But that assumption certainly was something that I could make based on at least on the reflection that I had 2 years down the line when I read Jacques Paul's book.
You say you were not on the wrong side of Mr. Montana. Are you aware of people who were on the wrong side of Mr. Montana?
Correct.
And what happened to them?
The allegation, well, call it the reality that Mr. Chauke experienced at Prasa, because he was a colleague that I worked with, although I was not involved intricately with his disciplinary, was, as indicated in the corridors, it was an insistence that came from Strawberry Works, which was aligned to Mr. Moodley, as I indicated, and then through Mr. Montana that he then got suspended.
Are there any other people who suffered any disadvantage as a result of being on the wrong side of Mr. Montana that you're aware of?
I'll be speculating other than corridor talk. The fate that Mr. Holelo suffered, I know he moved to Prasa, but I can't tell you the details about the reason and the reason he was suspended. It would be highly speculative on my part.
Jefferson, those are the questions I have for this witness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rakwate. Did I pronounce it correctly?
It is Rakwate.
Hmm?
Rakwate.
Rakwate. Thank you very much for coming to give your evidence. If we need you again, I will ask you to come back, but for now you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, as I indicated earlier this morning, our next witness is going to be Mr. Popo Malefe. May I have leave to call him?
Yes. Before you proceed, Mr. Sonny, did somebody speak to the technicians about giving us more light?
Mr. Chairman, we could not find any of the technicians here, but we've escalated it at the commission level.
Somebody must just speak to somebody. The
Yes.
lighting is very poor, really, here at the front.
I've been told it has been escalated.
Well, you don't know with these government
doesn't
things.
help,
Maybe
of course.
escalating it mean we'll get the answer on Friday.
As you please.
Because, I mean, somebody should just talk to somebody. I would imagine nobody should have any objection to giving us more light. I don't know if it's something that must go to committees in the municipalities. I mean, it was before lunch, actually quite early when we
Yes.
started, that I
Yes.
raised the issue.
You did.
Yes, okay.
May the witness
Yes,
be sworn in.
please administer the oath. I think it was the oath last time, so, well, affirmation if it has changed.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Popo Simon Molefe.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
I do not.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do, sir.
Do you swear that the evidence you'll give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Well, welcome back, Mr. Molefe. You're coming back for the second time, and we appreciate it very much. When you were here, of course, it was about Transnet. This time it's about PRASA, but we appreciate that you are back. Thank you. Are you able to hear me well there, Mr. Molefe? Mr. Molefe, are you able to hear me?
I do, Chairperson, I do hear you.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Molefe, you have an affidavit before you.
It looks like you are not comfortable there. Is that
It
because of the
certainly looks
microphone?
so, yes.
One chair should be taken out or what? Or they can't be taken out? Will somebody assist him? I think somebody will come and assist you. You didn't look comfortable. Or the chair's too short, too low, yeah. Is there something that can be done to raise it, or is there nothing that can be done? Oh.
We will just change the sitting position, the chairs.
Yes, you look kind of squashed. But are you
Okay,
comfortable?
no, I will sit this way.
Yeah, as long as you are comfortable. Yeah, okay, all right. Thank you.
Mr. Molefe, you have an affidavit in front of you. Am I correct?
I do, sir.
And on the top,
May I request that before we proceed
Yes.
with that affidavit, I make certain
Some corrections.
some corrections because I've not had the opportunity to sit with counsel.
Oh, is that so?
And, I think
Okay.
I just need
Yes.
the opportunity if we could.
Well, we can do one of two things. We can take a 5 minutes adjournment for you to alert him to what you wish to be.
I think it's
corrected.
better that way,
It's
Chairperson.
better that way. Yeah, let's take about 5 minutes adjournment. We adjourn.
those corrections that we are going to go through now, do you confirm that what's contained in this affidavit is true and correct?
I do, Chairperson.
Let's just look at those matters that are of some concern to you. Firstly, in paragraph 1, in the second line, you say during the period 1st of August 2014 to, and you've got the 30th of August 2017. What did you want to change in that?
The correct date, Chairperson, is the 31st of July 2017.
Is that in the place?
So you
of-
substitute 31st July for 30th August.
Yes, okay.
Now, paragraphs 2 and 3 that you dealt with are grammatical mistakes, and we can deal with them a little later. May I, though, because this worries you, at paragraph 30,
Yes, sir.
in the last sentence of that paragraph, you say all this continued until Mr. Montana left office on the 31st of March 2015. You want to change that date?
Chairperson, I want to substitute 15th July 2015 for the 31st March 2015.
15 July 2015. That's what it should be,
Yes,
is that right?
Chairperson.
Well, I can tell you that when I read this affidavit, I saw this date, I made a note, a wrong date.
That's why I wanted to correct it before.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
then paragraph 50, Mr. Molefe, on the fourth line, you say, starting at the end of the third line, the Department of Transport later launched the multi-million rand taxi recapitalized program. What did you want to change?
I'm sorry,
there?
which paragraph?
Oh, sorry. Paragraph 50, Mr. Chairperson.
150.
50, paragraph
50,
50, Chairperson, line 4.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, I've got it.
So it should be multi-billion rand instead of multi-million.
Thank you. Thank you.
Those are the essential changes.
Yes.
And
Okay.
we will have and Mr.
Some minor
Chairperson,
ones later.
Yes. I want to also say, Mr. Chairperson, you will recall that when you look at the annexures, some of the annexures have been removed from Mr. Molefe's affidavit and put up under references and legislation and so on. That affidavit will deal with that as well.
Okay.
All right, so let's go again now, Mr. Molefe, is that this is not the first time you are coming to this commission. You've given evidence before in relation to state capture in respect of Transnet, am I correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, just at a level where people would understand, the nature of the evidence you are going to be giving in this affidavit, is that in substance different from the nature of the evidence? I'm not talking about the details. In other words, about state capture.
Would you please repeat the question?
Yes. Okay, perhaps I could leave it. I'm just trying to say.
Or maybe, well, what if we put it this way? If you look at the evidence you are going to give today with regard to PASA, and having regard to the evidence you gave with regard to Transnet, in the context of state capture, are there any common features that you are able to identify?
There are certainly common features,
Yes.
Chairperson, which I would
Which
we
you will
would
deal with.
elaborate on as we
Yes.
go along.
Does that cover what you wanted to?
Indeed, and
ask?
I'm grateful to you, Mr. Chairperson. But I just want to ask a follow-up question to that. Are there unique features or different features in PRASA. And that too we can cover, but I'm just asking so that we know we should be alert to that.
The unique features are to the extent of the individuals who feature and who are considered to be behind the capture of the state. But the modus operandi in both instances has certain commonalities.
Now, in paragraph 5 of your affidavit, you set out why, in your view, your experiences at PRASA will assist the Commission to better understand and make recommendations in respect of state capture. Can you explain to the chairperson what those particular features are?
Well, the chairperson, the features really which I set out in my statement.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mulefe, I'm going to disturb you. Mr. Soni, I may be mistaken, but it may be because there were some corrections to be made under paragraph 1. You thought that has been dealt with in terms of him saying when he became chairperson of the board and what the term was.
Yes.
Or has that been covered?
That has been covered.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm afraid you might have to ask the question again because I've now intervened.
Not at all. Ms. Molefe, if you look at paragraph 5 of your affidavit, now I just want to ask you to consider what you've said in paragraph 5 and set out for the chairperson why your experiences at PRASA will assist this commission. You've set it out in paragraph 5.
Basically, what I'm saying, Chairperson, is that in order to facilitate the capture, which is fundamentally of PRASA, but we do it within the context of state capture, that the modus operandi was firstly to capture people who hold positions of trust and responsibility. And that was done by those at the heart of state capture. And they do so because these individuals have the authority and influence in awarding tenders. These people were made vulnerable by those who had the intent on capturing the organs of state, in this instance, PRASA. But I also seek to show that individuals and institutions which were under obligation and duty to protect PRASA and those who were made vulnerable failed to fulfill that duty, and as a result allowed the capture of PRASA to succeed and to benefit certain individuals and entities concerned. We will, when we talk of institutions, we'll deal with those matters later on when we refer to the portfolio committees, parliament, even organs of state who had a duty to discharge a constitutional mandate of dealing with the malfeasance.
And to your credit, as emerges from the court cases that are before the chairperson, you took on some of these institutions. You took on the minister when she dissolved your board. You took on the Hawks when they refused to make certain investigations.
It is so, Chairperson, that that is what we did. I did, representing the Board of Directors, the Board of Control of the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa. Firstly, that we had gone into detailed investigation, laid before the Hawks volumes of evidence in liver arch files, even made available to them forensic capacity so that they could analyze instances of corruption and also be able to follow the funds, of course, and collaborate with other state institutions which had that responsibility. But of course, it is now a matter of record that they refused to do their job. Secondly, we, as the board, we rejected an attempt of abuse of office by the executive authority to muzzle the board and prevent it from doing what was right in discharging its fiduciary duties. And in this instance, we'll later deal with what the minister did. The third aspect is what the portfolio committee, whose responsibility is to assess the work of this all-important state-owned company objectively, and to take together with the board of directors corrective measures which could strengthen the passenger rail agency of South Africa. And that of course did not happen. I wrote to the Speaker of Parliament on behalf of the board to ask for a public inquiry on maladministration in PRASA, and of course the relationship between the minister and the board of directors. Similarly, I wrote to the portfolio committee on transport, again asking that that committee discharge its responsibility in a far more dignified way and in a professional manner. All of that is detailed in, I'm sure Council will refer me to those documents. Council, I might just go on and on. Maybe I must allow you to lead me.
Well, I was about to say maybe he should Council should have allowed you to come at the right time to those issues, because they are very important issues. And I myself am very interested in your evidence in regard to those efforts that you made, and the question of lack of support that you talk about from quarters where you expected support. And as you say, failure to perform constitutional obligations by certain bodies. So,
Yes.
So when we come to that point, I'll be very interested in those parts. Yes.
Ms. Molefe, just in order to understand the structure of the affidavit, you do not deal with matters necessarily in a chronological order. You deal with them in terms of different subjects. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Among the subjects that you raise are the problems that PRASA, that the new board encountered after it was appointed in August 2014. Is that correct? I'm just going through it so we can deal with each one, but we have a roadmap for whoever is listening as to what's coming next.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Okay, and then you then deal with an attempt by Mr. Mudley to capture you personally. It's all there. I'm just going through it.
That is correct, Chairperson.
And then you deal with the deterioration in the relationship between you and Mr. Montana. Well, you and the board on the one hand, and Mr. Montana on the other.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Then you also say that you found certain very worrying features about the governance, including some quite lucrative contracts that had been concluded just before your board took office.
That is correct.
And you detail those. Then you say, after Mr. Montana left, the former president called you to a meeting where he was attempting to persuade you and the board to reinstate Mr. Montana, notwithstanding that he had handed in his resignation and the resignation had been accepted by the board.
That is correct.
And then-
By the way, I need also to state, Council, that
And you must please address the chairperson.
Chairperson, that in reality, Mr. Montana's contract was ending on the 31st of March 2015. It is therefore a misnomer to even talk of him resigning. But that's what he said to us, because he had actually requested that he be allowed to work with the board for another 6 months to assist the board in its search for a new group CEO. And it is in that context, therefore, that we allowed him to stay longer, and we're talking about the 15th of July.
Oh, but that's important to note, because when I was reading here, I was just seeing references to letter of resignation and acceptance of resignation. So that's what the letter said, but his term was coming, his contract was coming to an end, and there was no need to resign.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Save that he could, of course, as per what he said was the commitment he made to serve an extra 6 months, and
Yes.
that he wanted to use that 6 months to assist the board of directors,
Yes.
a board of control in its
Yes.
search for the new CEO.
Yes.
But of course, in hindsight, now after the investigations that happened, it is now clear to me that he wanted the 6 months to continue covering up the corrupt activities that had taken place under his watch.
Yes, thank you.
Then you deal with the fact that you made several attempts, and you've referred to them, to take the Hawks to court, to take the minister to court, to reach out to the speaker, to have a proper investigation into matters concerning PRASA. And on each of those occasions, you were spurned effectively.
It is so, Chairperson.
And then finally, you lament the fact that the board was allowed to effectively disintegrate because no new appointments were made. And since your board has been dissolved effectively, there has been no permanent board.
That is correct, Chairperson. I think at that point, it had become clear to me that I was now being considered as the main obstacle by the government and the minister. And in order to deal with this individual who is an obstacle, is to denude the board of its directors, make the board not to have a quorum, in which case then it could not validly make decisions.
Now, during the course of your evidence, Mr. Molefe, we will deal with two important provisions. One is the provisions of the succession of South African Transport Services Act, and then also the board charter, because that tells you the division of power between the minister and the board. But let's deal with them when they become relevant. Okay? And then,
Yes.
and then you then say that PRASA is a bit of an unusual state-owned entity because it falls under the Minister of Transport as opposed to the Minister of Public Enterprises, as do most of the other major state-owned entities.
Hang on, Mr. Soni.
Oh, sorry.
Are you now starting to deal
Paragraph
to lead him
9.
on the evidence? Have you finished outlining
Yes.
the roadmap?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, all right. Okay, let's start where we. Okay,
Yes,
I think you can ask the question again.
yes. So we've dealt with paragraph 8, which deals with the legislation that we will refer to. And then in paragraph 9, you make the point that unlike other SOEs, PRASA falls under the general authority of the Minister of Transport. Why do you think that that is an important issue to raise?
Yeah, I think fundamentally PRASA was not an entity whose fundamental objective, chairperson, was to generate profit. It was an entity that was promoting public good. And as a transport organization, I think therefore it was for that reason that the government chose to place it under the Ministry of Transport, and those that had the potential to generate growth in the economy and generate the kinds of profits which would augment the fiscus would then fall under public enterprises. There are, Chairperson, others that fall under other departments. You think of minerals and mineral resources and energy. You would have what used to be known as the Central Energy Fund and the Strategic Fuel Fund, as well as the Petroleum Corporation of South Africa, Petro SA. They would fall under the minerals and energy. You would have similar others falling, for example, under different departments. AMSCO would fall under the Ministry of Defense, the Armaments Corporation of South Africa.
Yes. Then you then make the point that the accounting authority of PRASA is the board.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Right. And we will deal with the legislation in terms of which the board is to be appointed at a later stage. I just want to set the scenario for, as far as, because procurement is an important issue, you say that as the accounting authority, the board had to involve itself in ensuring that there were proper processes for the procurement of goods in terms of the PFMA.
Yeah, that is correct, Chairperson.
Then you say it's...
Let's try and get him to give evidence.
sorry.
Get him to be the one giving the evidence.
Yes. Now, what are PRASA's main objects in business? If you look at paragraph 10, you deal with that issue there, Mr. Lefer.
I have already said, Chairperson, the primary mandate of PRASA is that of moving commuters within to and from South Africa. Large numbers of workers who are critical for fueling production in the businesses. But it also had a secondary mandate. The secondary mandate was that of, let me first say that moving those workers had to be done through the rail operations. To a lesser extent, the Oropex as the bus subsidiary of PRASA. Then the secondary mandate was to look at the assets that PRASA had and do what is normally in the business parlance called sweating those assets, generating revenue out of those assets, optimizing them so that PRASA could generate its own income.
So those are the main aims or principal objects of PRASA.
That is correct.
And you then say, to the extent,
Maybe before that, Mr. Stone, if you are able to, maybe you can just give me a picture in terms of subsidiaries of PRASA. You don't have to mention all of them if there are many. There's some of the, whether it's got subsidiaries and what I've heard about Autopex, I've heard about.
Fortunately, Chairperson PRASA had only two subsidiaries,
Oh,
called
is that so?
Intersite and Autopex.
Oh, okay, okay. No,
Both
that's
of
right.
which had their own boards of
Yes.
directors.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Soni, I interrupted you.
no, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, they would each have their own board of control as opposed to PRASA's board of control.
That is correct.
So they enjoyed a measure of independence, notwithstanding that they were subsidiaries of PRASA.
It is so, Chairperson, but I need to state that when we got onto the board of control of PRASA, it became immediately clear that that independence was affected by the fact that the group CEO of PRASA was put as chairperson of all of those subsidiaries. And our argument was that that didn't augur well for good corporate governance. He can't be in those subsidiaries and account to himself when he comes to the main board.
When you say he was the chairperson, you're talking about the chairperson of the board of Autopax and Intersite.
That is correct.
But they had their own CEOs.
They had their own CEOs. They had their own boards and relevant statutory committees.
So it was quite. So the group CEO of PRASA would be the group CEO of be those two subsidiaries of PRASA, and they would each have their own boards, and they would also have their own CEOs. But the group CEO of PRASA would be the chairperson of the board of each of these subsidiaries. And therefore, the CEO of each subsidiary would effectively report to the group CEO of PRASA. Of course, they report to the board, but if you are chairperson, you have, I guess, more interaction with the CEO than other members of the board.
That is correct, Chairperson. I need to hasten to say that we stopped that kind of arrangement.
Yes.
We felt that it was incorrect.
Yes.
We even argued that directors in the main board should not sit on the board of the subsidiaries.
Yes.
So that they needed to have their own independence.
Yes. Thank you.
And later in your affidavit, in fact, you point out that that decision was taken soon after Mr. Montana's term of office came to an end, although he continued. I'm just going further to link it up with what you've just said now.
It is correct. He was still there on the board serving what he said was 6 months notice, which of course we didn't allow to reach its finality.
The idea that the group CEO of PRASA would be chairperson of each of the boards of each of the two subsidiaries, was that something that had occurred as you understood it when you came in as a practical measure which was not provided for in any official document, that that's how it would be? Or was there something in the Articles of Association or some other document that said the chairperson of the board of this subsidiary would be the group CEO of PRASA?
My recollection, Chairperson, is that there was no legal instrument that authorized the appointment of the group CEO as the chairman of the subsidiaries.
Okay, thank you.
And you then say at the end of paragraph 10 that the delivery wasn't there. And may I just ask you, what was the consequence of the failure of PRASA to fulfill its mandate?
The consequences, Chairperson, of PRASA failing to fulfill its mandate was a huge one. It meant that the effective and efficient transport services necessary to ferry the workers to work and home was impacted. We had lots of problems of failures in respect of signaling system, poor maintenance of rail infrastructure. So it meant, therefore, that the commuters had no protection. Now, I must say that fed up with this kind of failures, the civil society organization began to take upon themselves the decision to approach the courts to compel PRASA to act in a manner that protected the rights of commuters and the public. As I understand, Chairperson, there would be detailed evidence led by other witnesses in this regard.
Well, certainly Mr. Ahmad is going to give evidence about why they were effectively prompted to take those steps.
Yes.
Chairperson, I'm then going to go to the next section of the affidavit, which is the early days at PRASA. I see it's 4 o'clock. I don't know what your view is about whether I should start. It's unlikely we'll finish that section today.
We normally finish at 4, but we go beyond 4 o'clock when it's necessary to do so. Did you want to cover some section before we adjourn? Or what's your attitude?
I would like to take this, like to take a bit of time to consider how to condense this.
Yes. Okay.
Because although it is necessary background, one can stick to certain facts.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if I could take later this evening to do that.
Yes.
And then sort of press ahead more quickly tomorrow morning.
Also, so you would prefer that we adjourn now?
We adjourn
if
now
possible?
on this.
Okay, all right. I think then we should adjourn now and then start at 10 tomorrow. We should be fine with starting at 10. We should be able to. Do you contemplate that we would finish tomorrow with Mr. Molefer's evidence, or you think we might go beyond that?
We think it probably will spill over into Friday.
Yeah, okay. Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine with you, Mr. Mlefu.
It is fine.
It is fine. Okay. All right, we'll adjourn for the day. Now it's about 4:01, and we'll resume tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
As you
We
wish.
adjourn.